number there that can hear me?
Yeah, we can, Linda.
Well, the question I had, if I lose contact, who's the help number that I can call to have them help me get back in?
Good question. I'm not sure. We don't have one listed, I guess. Let's see.
You don't have what?
We don't have anybody listed as the contact number.
Mm-hmm. So I wondered if that could be answered before you start, because every now and then I seem to disappear.
Yeah, no. You have this number to call back, the 877.
You have what?
You have the 877-853-5257.
Yeah, the callback. I do that too, but it doesn't always help me.
Oh, okay. Nobody was assigned to that challenge, and I won't be able to take phone calls. I don't know if Rachel feels comfortable enough to do that.
I'm not really sure what the problem would be if the person can't join on their own, so I'm not sure I would know.
No, well, I can join, but sometimes I drop off. I don't know why with the switch. So I just wanted to let you know I'm still there, but I can't get back in.
Right, but I'm not sure what I would do about that, because all I can do is admit people from the Zoom.
Usually I call a select board member.
Yeah.
It's one of them, I've had their number in the past that I can call them.
Yeah.
I'm not going to disappear. I mean, I don't want to lose the meeting. So if you saw me drop, I'm trying to, if you could help me get back in again.
Yeah, if you redial the number, you should show up in the waiting room, what's called the waiting room. And that should allow us to get you back in. And that's it.
So call the number?
Yeah, the 877 number.
I'll try it, but I know sometimes I haven't been able to get in. I just want to make you aware I am staying and listening when I can hear.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Terrific. Thank you, Rob.
Linda, if Linda's still there, I can try and watch my phone as well.
Marcia?
Yes.
And should I call your number?
No, stick with the plan. But if it doesn't work, I'm plan B.
But yeah, the whole reason I'm here is to monitor the waiting room so that you guys don't have to do that. So that I will be on top of that.
Okay, that's fine. Now, who's that?
This is Rachel Coombs.
Okay, so if you see me drop, you'll just get me back in? Or watch me dial back in?
If I see you try to join the meeting, I will make sure that you get in right away, but I have no control over you, whether or not I can. Let's just go with that plan. We'll try that.
Try it. I'll dial back in again and we'll see if it works. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, bye. I guess I'm in the waiting room, right?
Not right now. You're in a meeting.
I'm sorry to interrupt it. I thought I was put back. All right, thank you.
We'll start the meeting then. Is everybody admitted?
Yep.
Great. Good evening then. Welcome to a regular meeting of the Norwich Selectboard. This is Wednesday, January 11th, 2023. My name is Marcia Calloway. I'm currently serving as chair. I'm joined by, in alphabetical order, board members Roger Arnold, Robert Geer, Mary Layton, who's the vice chair, and Aaron Lamperti. Pursuant to Act 78, this meeting is being held fully remotely with Zoom access technology, which permits attendance of the public by Zoom and by telephone. The board has posted and included in the meeting agenda the information that enables direct access and participation. The agenda and packet materials were distributed via the Norwich listserv and are available on the town website under Select Board tab. For those people dialing in by telephone, you can press *9 to raise your hand and *6 when you're recognized by the chair to speak. Thank you again to Mary Layton, who continues to take really comprehensive minutes of this meeting while fully participating, and to Rob Geer and Rachel Coombs, who are now managing our Zoom technology. A bit of housekeeping. Last week, we mentioned that Bonnie Monday would be on the calendar, the agenda for this week. but she's in fact requested to speak when we meet in person next week at the anticipated in-person / hybrid meeting that we're trying to set up, I believe, in the public safety building. More about that in the future, in the very near future. And here I would just like to take a moment to highlight something that's in correspondence. Although the consent agenda is again this evening at the end of the packet due to the nature of our topics and the persons being asked to join us, tonight's packet includes a reprint of a tribute from the Norwich Historical Society regarding Roger Blake's life of service. Similar sentiments have been expressed throughout town, and the Select Board wanted to again honor Roger by including that tribute in our packet in recognition of his service both to this board and to this community. With that, I'd like to move to item 2, which is agenda review. I would first note as to this item that we need to amend item 3 to read executive session under 1 VSA 313A1B and 1 VSA 313A3. May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
May I call the question? All in favor?
I have a question first.
Go ahead, Roger.
Were the attorneys consulted for these executive sessions?
Absolutely, they were.
Okay.
May I call the question?
Yes.
Yes.
All in favor? Thank you, unanimous. All right. Next is on the agenda is item 3, the executive session. Again, under 1 VSA 313A1B and 313A3. Is there a motion to discuss the appointment or employment of employees in the context? Oh, I'm sorry, that was a template. Is there a motion to move into executive session, finding that premature general public knowledge of the town's planning and negotiation of labor agreements under any PBA would clearly place the town at a substantial disadvantage?
So moved.
May I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Rob has seconded. May I call the question? All in favor? Unanimous, thank you. Is there a second motion? Yes, Mary.
I move to enter executive session to discuss planning for a negotiation of a labor agreement with any PBA, to discuss potential appointments of town employees, and to invite the interim town manager and the chief of police, and to invite the town attorney to join the discussion if necessary.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Rob has seconded the motion. May I call the question? All in favor? Unanimous. We enter public session then. Oh, is there a motion?
Executive session.
Is there a motion to enter executive session?
I think we just did that.
We did that. Then we're in
At 6:37.
And now, Rachel, we need to put everyone but the board, the chief, and the interim town manager in the waiting room.
I'll help with that.
Rob?
Yep.
There are many people just joining the meeting now. If I admit them, is that going to allow them into the executive session? And if so, is there something we can do about that?
You can. You can message the waiting room from both of you as co-hosts can message the waiting room. Like
And I'll
once you
just
put
tell
everyone
them,
in it. Yeah.
and I'll tell them that we'll let them in once the executive session is over.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
please.
Yeah.
All right,
Sounds
thank you.
good.
So since there's two of you, someone can start from the top and someone can start from the bottom.
I'll
And
do it. I'll just do it because then he doesn't have to do it.
Thank
Oh,
you.
we have to wait until everybody's gone anyways, so I will continue randomly. Okay, I'm going to put Jam into the waiting room. the crowds.
I move to enter public session.
Is there a second? Rogers,
Second.
Rogers
No,
moved.
Aaron.
Who was second? Aaron or Rob?
Aaron.
Aaron. So Roger moved, Aaron seconded. Call the question, moving into public session. All in favor? Unanimous. We are in public session at 8:43. We were longer than anticipated, and with apologies to our interim finance director who has been patiently waiting for us. I understand that the end of your day is nigh. So do you want to give us 15 minutes? Is that long enough? Okay.
I think it is, yes.
Okay. So in 15 minutes, can you just tell us anything salient that you want to add to whatever it is you have done for the board? And we all have it in front of us. It was in the packet, so go ahead.
Okay, so yes, you do have that one sheet. I did not add any new budget page presentations to the packet because I didn't have any approved changes to put in there. So I just spent my time working on the scenarios, the what if scenarios that you have in the packet, and then researching some other questions. So I did get one more addition to the reductions that I added into my list as number 8. And that was Chief Cochran said that he could move the uniform cleaning expense back down to $1,608, which is what was presented in the first pass. So I added that to my scenario 1 list as number 8. And there were no other changes to that. And then the scenario 2 reduction, where I took the adjusted workbook and then I took 6% off from that. And that equates to a dollar amount reduction of $193,740. So if we're looking to cut from the budget, that's kind of where the 6% took us as far as dollar amounts. And then I went through my notes and I found a few questions that I had not yet answered. So I wanted to just address those. First of all, a question came up, did we have signed petitions for the monetary articles increases? And Miranda was able to note today that the community nurse, advanced transit, and Windsor County mentors have all been verified by Bonnie as having been received the sufficient number of signatures. But we have not yet seen a verified copy of the library petition. So with that being said, in the budgets, Norwich Community Incorporated $5,000 request, that is a new provider or new item. So that is not currently in the budget. So that would be a question, do we want to add that in? The advanced transit increase and the Windsor County mentors increase for $13,920 and $2,500 respectively are both in the budget pass that was presented last week. The library article request to increase to $337,000 from the $3,000. Well, how about $300,000, not $30,000. And this increase is also in the budget pass presented last week. So the total increase over the FY23 budget for the monetary articles is $38,906 plus the $5,000 for the Community Nurse Association. And then the question is for what we're going to do for updates today. Do we want to add the line item in for the Norwich Community Nurse? And then do we want to accept the increases for the advanced transit, Windsor County mentors, and the library, even though the increases have not been presented before the board. And then Marcia also asked me to research where the history of booking the $15,000 for the state reappraisal money that the listers are looking for, and Cheryl had asked a couple times on. So I did research that back to 2020. And I saw no indication that the funds were received from the state were added to the approved appropriation expense from the general fund. So the money received from the state for the appraisal actually went into the general fund Vermont Act 60 revenue account, and the appropriation made to the designated fund, which was number 12, is what was on the approved voters' budget lines. And so the question for tonight is, for the FY24 budget, do we want to increase the appropriation that's currently shown to $50,000, which is what the listers had originally requested, or leave it at the $35,000, which is currently in the budget? If we increase it to 50, then that does add an expense of $15,000 because the revenue is already accounted for on that line. And the fund balance in the fund number 12, which is town reappraisal, including the $35,000 that's currently in there, stands at $190,336, and that was presented last week. And then the other question that came up last week was, why didn't the total revenue and expenses equal? And there was a cell error on the calculator for the taxes that caused it to pull from the wrong column. So that's been adjusted, and I also added a check into the balance worksheets. So then I'm going to just turn it back to you guys. I do have the adjusted budget, which would have been scenario 1, saved as a PDF that I can share with you, or if you want me to share my screen, I have both of the workbooks open, and I can share them. So whatever your pleasure is for that.
Okay. Board, first, do you have any questions? And make them pithy because she's waited a long time. Roger.
So just to be clear, the workbooks are not in the packet, is that right?
Right.
Correct. They are not, because I did not have any final approved changes to make. I was just doing those scenarios for you guys. But the workbooks that I have, obviously, I have 2 workbooks that I created. So I can look at either workbook and either share that on the screen with you so you can see the changes, or make changes to it, whatever you want to do with that.
Not sure it's going to help us to put them up right now, but if anybody else disagrees, we can do that.
And like I said, I have the adjusted one. The scenario 1 is saved as a PDF. So I could shoot a PDF copy over to somebody if you wanted to take notes on it. I mean,
that would be good.
Whatever is going to help you guys.
Yeah, if you could send that to.
And I also have the question, does Mary want my notes?
Yes.
Yes, please. They're very helpful.
All right.
So I think in terms of, let's keep it in order, the appropriations. Last year, I remember the library had asked for an increase and there was no petition. I think that's been the practice here, that we have to have a petition for increases. And so, and it went through last year. And I think we, I don't know why you're shaking your head, Roger. That's what I understood.
That's not true. That's not true.
Amanda.
They had a petition. That's just not true.
I don't remember that.
Just not true. So
Okay,
what happened?
right. Well,
so
anyway,
what
this
happened,
year we need one.
Just to be really clear, so we have a policy that says that unless there's substantial increases, we will put you on the ballot as the board, which we have the power to do. If you petition, which the legal voters of this town through a separate process, you don't need to have us put it on it because it goes on it as part of the legal process. And so I think what Miranda was saying earlier is that the deadline has not yet been reached, but she can expect the petition signatures for the library to be forthcoming. And I think without a doubt, we can expect that there'll be a petition of signatures for the library. They've been collecting signatures.
I just wanted to cross those T's.
Yeah, I hear you.
And then the Norwich Community Nurse was the other one. What did you say about that one?
It's a new line item. I didn't find a name of Norwich Community Nurse Incorporated that we have paid a monetary item to before. So I believe it's a new company to appropriate money to.
I don't know that it's new. Brennan, what do you have to say?
So I just wanted to say, I believe that the library petition has been completed as of this afternoon and signed off on.
Perfect. Good. 916, I don't know who you are, but do you have something to add to the appropriations discussion?
Yeah, it's Bonnie, Martha.
Hi, Bonnie.
This is a hazard that happens every year. Any social service or person can petition the town to have items put on for the town meeting. You can't always guarantee that there's going to be a line item and, it's going to be that same dollar amount. Every one of those has the right to go out and petition to raise their funding.
Okay.
So you can't just plug in a budget on any of those and assume you can use, as you all like to use, a placeholder from where they were last year. But you can pretty much expect that if they want an increase, they're going to get 5% of the petitions. And that's why the deadline is the 19th, which gives you time to filter those items in with your budget.
Bonnie, do you remember the community nurse having a petition in the past?
That was, they're a new entity.
Okay.
So they actually followed proper procedure by going out and getting the petition.
Okay. So in other words, we don't have to worry about it right now. Roger?
Yes, just to your point, Marcia, they're not a new entity, but they're a new petitioned entity. So this is the first time that they from the town of Norwich legal voters. So that's why it's new and petitioned.
Okay. Mary?
A question of how Joyce spoke about the community nurse. So if it was properly petitioned, it should just go into the special monetary articles, and we don't mess with those. The voters get to vote separately on each one of those. So if they're properly petitioned or they're sort of historical and asking again, they should just go in there. It shouldn't be anything that we decide to do.
Okay. Good. Now let's look. I'm rushing because I'm mindful of Joyce. The Listers 2020 funds. The way I understood this, and you'll have to help me with the language, but there were two categories of payments that came to the town. One of them was clearly marked for appraisal or titled appraisal, and that went into the appraisal fund, I believe. And the other one was not, and that went into the general fund. And historically, that's what you found was the case? No, you're shaking.
No, that's not what I found was the case.
Okay.
The equity, and Cheryl or somebody can correct me, one was equity equalization, I think, and the other one was the reappraisal from the state. Both payments come from the state. Historically, both payments went into the Vermont Act 60 revenue account into the general fund. Both of them went into the general fund. So based on what Cheryl has said, I think that when they did the budgeting process before, Cheryl was including the 15,000-ish that comes from the reappraisal from the state. She's including that in the total amount of the appropriation that she is looking for, which is where she went back when she originally put her stuff in. She said 35,000 from the appropriation plus 15,000 from the reappraisal. So if I add those two together, that bumps up her total request to be appropriated as $50,000.
But when we looked at the reserve fund for that appraisal, we were counting only the amount that we had approved for voting in the past, right? And we had
in the past, when the movement from the general fund to the appropriation, it has been whatever has been on the budget amount in the town report. So I don't know how that was made up historically. I just see the total dollar amount that was budgeted to be moved, and that's what was moved every year.
Okay.
The deposit that comes from the state all went into the general fund.
Okay. Aaron, you were first, then Roger.
So we have 100, we will at the end of fiscal year 24, have $190,000 in that reserve fund, which is the amount we need, I think, to meet the reappraisal contract.
Right.
Is that correct?
I
So
believe
if that, in that case, why do we need $15,000 more in fiscal year 24 for that fund? Is there any explanation for why we need more? If we don't need $15,000 more, I would say this budget is flush.
Roger?
Yeah, yes. So can I make a suggestion that won't be popular, but I think is necessary? I think I'm really going to struggle, like, on a couple different fronts with approving anything this evening when I don't have the benefit of the budget worksheets in front of me. And I know that there's lots of good reasons for why they're not in front of me. So I think that this discussion just needs to be tabled until our soonest possible meeting Friday, when we have the benefit of these documents and we can approve something. It's just, I think we've learned tonight that we all need to be working from the same documents in order to do good work. And that, I'm sorry.
In other words, table this until Friday. Have a special meeting on Friday.
I think so. I can't, because I don't even see the effect of the good work of the of the reduction, right? I don't have the benefit of my seeing things. I don't, and Joyce can't share her screen this evening because it's 9:00.
Well, my concern with the 6% was that it looked to me like that was going to have to be something negotiated by Brennan with departments, and I don't know how he'd do that. But Aaron, go on.
Maybe we should quickly go through the things that she listed that are still to be decided, make decisions on those, and then have a special meeting where we can actually see a budget that includes all those decisions. If that's Friday, that's Friday. I don't know. But there were a handful of things she just talked us through that we did actually decide. Let's just do those, and then we'll see where we're at.
Do we need her to be here for that? Because I'm mindful of her time.
Well, did anybody write it all down?
When are you planning to meet on Friday?
Probably the same time.
It just came up, but probably 6:30.
Yeah. But it might be a dedicated meeting,
Right.
not with other things.
No.
No.
Just you and just the budget and Joyce. Is that possible for you, Joyce?
Yeah, as long as we don't go crazy hours late Friday night.
No.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, and the only things I had questions on in this list was the monetary articles, and it sounds like that's already decided. The $15,000, are we going to add that extra $15,000 as an appropriation for what was that one? The town reappraisal fund, number 12.
Nope.
And that was it.
Okay. So
because the other changes that that were in scenario 1, the 1 through 8 that were in that 1-page presentation, I've already added into my workbook.
So 1 through 8, and I don't have 8. What was 8?
Number 8 was the one that came in late. That was the police chief said that we could reduce the uniform cleaning down to $1,608.
Right. Okay. So those are already in the budget. We know that means a 13.7% increase over the fiscal year 23 budget. I don't know that anybody, unless people right now tonight say we want to knock something off, or, I think if we're going to meet on Friday, we can discuss it fully then. Mary?
I do agree with Roger that it would be good to see the figures. It's getting late. Joyce has to leave. So I think we should go ahead with this idea of a special meeting for that purpose.
Okay.
Strongly suggest that that's a great idea.
Okay. Roger?
And just to clarify, we're not having the benefit of that exercise where we're looking for some cuts across the board. I thought
No,
it's down
no,
here.
that's in there.
To see.
That's there. So, okay. So with that in mind, then we'll have these sort of two budgets, if you will, and we can.
Yeah, 2 of them. Yep.
Yeah,
That was going to be my question. So you would like me to present both workbooks, the one that shows the 8 items reduced plus the monetary items, and then another one that is 6% off from everything except for those salary lines.
That'd be helpful.
Right? Yes.
please.
And to be clear, Joyce, you've itemized it as you went down, the 6% off A, B, C, D.
I did each line. I did it on each line, and I put a formula in my workbook so that if you wanted to change it and do 6.5% or 5%, I can plug that one cell in and reformulate everything down.
Okay. So I think you need to give us a PDF, not a working Excel sheet.
I will present both budgets with all of the tabs in PDF. I should be able to get those to you by noon tomorrow.
Okay.
And then I'll have the workbooks open at the meeting. So if you want to change things on the fly, I can do that. Does that sound doable?
Good.
Sounds
Sounds
good.
great. Thank
And
you.
Board members, can we try and commit to an hour with Joyce on Friday and get this done?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So at what time?
6:30, Joyce?
Okay.
If
Thank
if
you. Yes, Roger?
if I don't know 5:30, I can try to make 5:30 work. If other people can make 5:30 work, if that also helps Joyce, I don't know.
Yeah, I can.
I can do it. What
I
does
could do
Joyce
that.
say?
Is that better for you, Joyce?
Yeah, that would be better for me.
Okay. And
Okay. So 5:30 Friday.
Yeah.
5:30. And Brennan, can you be there?
I will shoot the works off you tomorrow by noon. Be my goal.
Thank you, Joyce. And thank you so much for
Okay.
staying tonight. Yes.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
Night.
Manu. Oh, can't hear you. No. Try again. Nope. Oh, there. Nope. Nothing. Okay, if no one has anything else, if Manu gets his voice back or his audio back, we can return to him. Okay, so now items for motions. We're on to the action items, number 5, I believe. I kind of got lost with this. The fire district monetary request from reserved funds. Oh, and I'm sorry, I have to call the gentleman because that was my fault. 1 second. Too much going on here. So while I'm doing this, okay, hold on. Here we go. So the fire district has requested. Hi, Brian, would you please join the meeting in progress? This is Marcia Calloway. Yes, we can send you the link. I'll send it in just a second. Here, bye-bye.
I think Cheryl's raising her hand to tell you it's the Land Management Council, not the fire district. But
Yes.
yeah,
Cheryl,
she's laughing. She agrees with me.
Cheryl, would you like to talk while I do this? Cheryl.
You want me to share? This is the Land Management Council requesting funds from the reserve fund that the town has ownership over, and they would like to present this forestry plan, and they need to establish that forestry plan in order to, to have. Well, I guess they're looking for funds to have the work done to set up a forestry plan. So it is the Land Management Council, of which the Select Board appoints 2 members and the Prudential Committee appoints 1 member. And I'll let the person take over if they've come to the meeting.
Not yet. They haven't, because I haven't gotten this to them yet.
Okay. And the Land Management Council came to the Prudential Committee and gave them the explanation of their proposal, and the Prudential Committee approved it to have them then come to the Select Board to request the funds necessary to do this work. And the other point that I made is that once they have received your yes or no, then there's a contract that needs to be signed, and it should likely be signed jointly by the chair of the Prudential Committee, the chair of the Select Board. they don't have authority to sign contracts or something like that, whatever the decision is.
So Brian Shiner is the person that should be in the waiting room if anybody can find him. So just in my reading of things, as Cheryl said, the fire district created this management council, and then there's this land management agreement. And on page 5, it charged the fire district to direct the forester to do any cutting in their management plan subject to the approval of the management council, with any proceeds to go toward the expenses of managing the land. And then there's an amended restated agreement of June 2001. Is Brian with us yet? And that agreement, is he here?
I let him in, so I assume.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm right here. I was on mute.
Okay. Brian, I was just going through the background, but go ahead and take it, and we'll catch up as we need to.
Yeah, so it's fairly simple. There are lands held by the fire district, which are the watershed for the Charles Brown Brook, and the fire district holds those and periodically gets proceeds from the cuts of timber, which are held by the select board. The Land Management Council has one representative from the Prudential Committee, which is the leadership of the fire district, and 2 members from the select board, which is the leadership of the town, obviously. And so when we want to spend money out of the fund that's held from the proceeds from timber cuts, we need to approach both bodies. I joined the Land Management Council back over the summer, and so I'm the nominee of the Prudential Committee. They asked me to work with the other 2 members who are Byron Hayes and David Hubbard, who are nominated by the Select Board, to identify a comprehensive land management plan. It turns out that we don't have one, that really our forester has only given us plans on recent cuts, and we need to get a comprehensive plan. The forester we've been working with is Tamarack, and they've given us an estimate of around $4,500. And we sent the estimate, as well as the minutes from the Land Management Council approving the expense, as well as the minutes from the Prudential Committee approving the expense. And I believe we now need the approval of the Select Board to spend the money. And then I think we're going to need somebody from the Select Board and the Prudential Committee to sign the contract.
Thank you very much. And I checked this afternoon, and according to our Interim Finance Director, the Land Management Council currently has a balance of $16,658.65. And the amount that's being requested here is, what was it, 4,000 something?
Yeah, it's $4,500 or so.
Okay. So, board members, do you have any questions for Brian Shiner? Mary?
To me, this seems like a pretty routine request in keeping with how the Land Management Council operates. In reading the minutes, the Prudential Committee, there are some issues that I think might be worth an agenda item at some point with the Select Board and probably the Prudential Committee concerning taxation of the fire district lands, and also if they seek a conservation easement, how does that affect the town's arrangement to have development rights on the fire district land? So I think that at some later point, I think that it would be good to have an agenda item to talk about those issues. But I think tonight it's a pretty routine matter. The funds are there. The forest is there to be managed. Everybody's done the steps that need to be done. So.
Yes, Roger?
what is or who is the Land Management Council. I think that we've gotten some more clarity on that this evening, which is excellent. And I think the only sort of historian that I know of the Land Management Council seems to be Cheryl Lindbergh. So all of my knowledge of it is from Cheryl. So thank you, Cheryl. That doesn't mean it's the only history or that other people don't know many things or some things about it, but I don't know very much about it. And there's not a lot of places that you can go and find some things about it. There's a couple governing documents. So I guess my question is, we're creating a forestry management plan or the forestry management plan is sought to be created by the Land Management Council, but but there have been cuts made in this land without that forestry management plan in the past. And so now we're looking in some ways to expend funds to correct.
This meeting is being recorded.
Do those cuts, but nobody has globally made a plan for the overall 1,000 acres. The other point that you make, Roger, about where is the history, where is the charter, where are the standard operating procedures, who do we report to? Those are all very good questions, and those are questions that I have as a new member of the council. So I asked, so the Prudential Committee believes that the town is the holder of our minutes and other documents, whereas I've been trying to go to Miranda Baumgardner I'm sorry if I have her name wrong, to help us with things like posting our agendas and posting our minutes. She's told us we're not part of the town, so I'm not really clear where we're supposed to put things. If I would really like some guidance on that. I do feel like these documents should be, for example, comprehensive management plan, our charter, our information about cuts should be available. I just don't know where to put them because it seems like the Prudential Committee believes the town should host them, and the town believes the Prudential Committee should host them.
Well, Brian, the page 2 of the agreement says that annually that agreement will be reviewed by the Select Board and the Prudential Committee. So I think it is time to review it because it seems that it was adopted in 2001. So we're not rushing it, and I think we can get Brennan involved, our new interim town manager, and we can come up with some structure so that people can understand what's going on. Aaron, did you have a point?
Yeah, well, actually, my concern is that, does anyone remember when the Select Board appointed the 2 Select Board appointed members of the council? So their terms are probably 17 years expired. So I don't think the council can meet and do anything.
Well, let's not try and eviscerate.
Well, I'm just making a point that I think we need to bring the council back into the fold here a little bit if it's going to actually do anything. And I'm also noted that the purpose of the management plan seems to be driven by a desire, as someone already said, to get a conservation easement. And I'd like to bring that conversation, into the discussion, because
that's what
it seems like we should be, there's carts and horses, and it seems like if the conservation easement is being sought, then that has tax implications from the town. So it's all, and that property rights or whatever it was, development rights. So the conversation seems much bigger than
more basic question of who is council. There's some governing documents, but they may or may not be out of date. So I see no reason to table this discussion.
I said we're going to table it, right?
My suggestion is I think we should table this decision until some of the question of who is the management council is thoroughly before vote on timber, because I think Aaron narrated pretty clearly, the series of steps that get put into place from this moment, right? And so I don't see the need to start that.
I kind of disagree because I know when I was discussing this, when Brian contacted me, I was like, oh, okay, tell me about this, because I don't know anything. And there are real people who've been doing real work and they were authorized at some point. I imagine we could look back and see when the board authorized these folks. And if there's no built-in, baked-in term limits, then I think we can't arbitrarily impose them now. But the request is for money that is in their name in a reserve fund that we've been holding for them. And so I think it's appropriate to give them a quarter of the fund to do something that's called, just figuring out a plan. And so I think it's, we don't really have much standing to say you're not organized properly, especially since half the burden was on us. This agreement from 2001 was
Term time limits, 3-year terms.
That
was in the document for the people on the board.
This meeting is being recorded.
Or what I don't know anything about it, but we did not appoint, the select board did not in the last 3 years put anybody on that council. So they don't have a quorum. I mean, I'm just being formal here because that's the rule. I just think there's more steps here than just spending some money because somebody come to ask us for some money. I think we've got to due diligence on the formal rules of our town.
2 years ago,
don't we? I mean, isn't that why we're here?
Aaron, the agreement with the town was last renewed on the ballot 2 years ago. So I think that was acknowledgement from the select board that this has been ongoing.
And
so what was on the ballot 2 years ago?
The agreement with the town that the town holds the development rights on the fire district land in exchange for not taxing the land.
I'm not even, I don't think we're necessarily even talking. Sorry.
Sure, but I mean, that's what it pertains to is that's why I'm talking to you rather than people on the Prudential Committee to spend the funds that they have asked me to spend to get a comprehensive plan about how to manage their land.
So 2 board members have expressed a reluctance to proceed with this. Can I ask Mary, you seem to be ready to move forward. I'm ready to move forward. Rob, I hate to put you in a position, but how do you feel?
From a consistency standpoint, unless we can confirm that an enabling event occurred on the ballot 2 years ago, I think it is inappropriate to spend money on their behalf now. It may very well be that, yes, they were resurrected by whatever actions occurred that time, but clearly we don't have a good handle on it.
Is it appropriate for us to keep their $16,658 in a reserve fund?
You see thing there, but how do you even know it's there?
Part of it there.
Because it says Land Management Council Fund.
But then Joyce has provided explanation of how things are tagged to it. Sometimes it's tagged as David Hubbard. Sometimes it's tagged as Prudential Committee. There's a longer history of I would hesitate to even know what the there means. So I think the only
Roger.
The only thing I'll say, I'll finish up is just like it could be my own. It could be a matter of my own education and a matter of my own, ignorance or needing to know more information, but more of a reason why I don't feel confident in voting one way or another on that, right? Like I can't, due diligence, that's all. But I'm done. Sorry, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Manu, you wanted to say something. Was it about this or was it about the other issue that we just finished?
Not about this. It's about the budget.
Okay. Can we circle back to you so that we can finish this?
Sure, of course. I'll just wait. Thank you.
Cheryl Lindbergh.
I would defer to Bonnie right now, and I'd like to speak after Bonnie, please.
Okay, Bonnie.
Bonnie will have to unmute.
Bonnie, can you unmute?
Yeah. Am I here?
Yes, you are.
I've had my hand raised for a few minutes here. And the records you're seeking, as I am the record holder for all the minutes for all the committees that happen in this town, you keep directing your request to the manager's office who do not hold those minutes. You can go back to your own select board meetings when this was discussed. It is up to the committees and the councils to leave their minutes with me so that I can have them filed in the town clerk's office. Most of these committees have been very negligent in seeing to the fact that I have a copy of those minutes, but there is history in there regarding this council. And I think you all are shooting from the hip right now and making decisions based on a request that, in fact, there is history here in this town regarding that request. Your manager's office does not hold all the records of the town. The records of the town are held in my vault. And you guys don't seem to understand that as a whole. And you wind up talking in circles. And ironically, you don't even have the history. This has been discussed at previous select board meetings. They have requested money in the past. There is an agreement with the town, which was voted by the town. I don't know what more you want, and you're blatantly trying to deny money without having any information regarding what you're spending that money on, and I think that's unfair because there's a lack of knowledge. You're immediately saying no without trying to gather that knowledge so that you can really educationally answer these questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bonnie. If this isn't going forward tonight, we'll put it on for the next meeting. Perhaps not the Friday meeting, which is going to be limited to the budget, but we'll do it the next meeting and we'll be well prepared. Cheryl?
Hi, thank you, Marcia. Cheryl Lindbergh. I just would like to say a couple things. When Roger was chair and Claudette was on the board, I repeatedly asked in public comments to address the Land Management Council as a group that needed help and needed to be folded in to back in again to the open meeting law requirements, that they needed to have a place for their minutes. They needed to have a place to warn their meetings. And the confusion came forward even clearer to me when the prior town manager and Miranda were saying that there is no such council. And where do they report anything? And how do we even know about them? Well, unfortunately, in the town report, the Land Management Council name turned into Watershed Land Management Council. And that's where their report is every year in the town report of our town. So it hasn't gone away. The fact that the select board has lost track of the membership is unfortunate. I can't recall, but the Prudential Committee has maintained its one member to this council and has made sure to find and seek out a person to serve. So I just would like to say that I did, Roger, bring this up, or Marcia, sorry, that I did bring this up repeatedly under public comments at many meetings of the select board.
I remember you did. Roger.
And just for the record, I've gathered all of the correspondence relating to this that you have sent, including to most of these people in this screen, and compiled it. So, so that in addition to Bonnie's good point of reaching out for history in order to inform your decision making, I think, is all the more of a reason to table it as I requested.
Okay. Brian?
I have no idea what to do.
Brian, we will have you on the agenda for January 11th. Okay. And in between then, we will talk to Bonnie, and I encourage you to do that as well, Bonnie Monday.
But January 18th.
January
18th.
That's next Wednesday?
Next Wednesday. Is that possible for you?
I have to schedule. Is there a time?
We're always at 6:30, and again, I'll give you a call.
Do you meet so you don't meet in Tracy Hall?
We will be meeting in person.
Oh, okay. I can just come down the street when it's time to meet then. So you can just call me.
Yeah. And we're going to be
public safety.
We'll be at the public safety building, and it's going to be hybrid. So you have your option. You can come in person or Zoom in.
Yeah. So just call me next Wednesday and I'll walk down and meet.
Okay.
Do you need anything else, or is this something that I don't really understand what I'm looking for?
The board wants to see that there have been appointments, and the current appointments from the board have standing. They think that their term limits might have expired for some reason. And so we need to sort of go back and do some history and see what in fact happened and what should have happened.
Is that a due out for me or for Roger?
Not Roger, because he's just going to vote, but I'd say it behooves you, and I will look into it as well. And Bonnie will be our major source of assistance.
Okay.
Okay.
Very much.
You're very welcome. Nice to met you on Zoom.
Namaste.
All right. Let's see. Manu doesn't want to talk about this. Charlotte, do you want to talk about this? You're on mute.
Sorry, I just had a simple question. Are we talking about the obligation to have a forestry plan and to do appropriate culling of trees and so on? That's all I wanted to know.
Essentially,
on the acreage that we're talking about.
Yes, essentially my understanding is that they wanted to have a proper management plan, and it was going to cost them $4,000 plus, and they wanted the money to do that.
Well, it may be required by state law too, that we do that. I know certainly on my land, I have to have a new management plan every 10 years. So
that's a good point. Okay. Thank you. All right. Manu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Great. Manu Desone, 428 Hawkpine. The select board went into executive session and invited the chief and the interim town manager. It spent 2 hours there. A very large percentage of the people on this call today from the public are interested in the situation with the police department and the chief's need to make an offer to two well-qualified candidates to get the force to 4 full-time officers. I think out of respect for the public, it would be appreciated, given that we've been here for 3 hours, if the select board can provide some information as to whether it plans to authorize the chief to get the force to 4 officers. Otherwise, we stand to lose the 2 candidates. And that's the question. So thank you.
The board can't say anything other than we were discussing the authorization capacity of our town manager to do the work that's required, because as you remember, hiring of departments like the police by statute is under the town manager, and we have an interim town manager. So that's about all I can say at the moment.
May I ask a follow-up question?
You may, but I may not be able to answer.
I understand. Thank you. I have gone through the interim town manager's contract, and in clause 4, it very clearly states that he is not authorized to make any offers of employment, that the select board itself has that right. So it sounds like the chief then would need to wait for the select board itself to make the approval, and the interim town manager has no say whatsoever on this situation. Is that right?
Not entirely right. It says doesn't have the authority to enter into contracts or bind the town without prior select board approval. So there is a process, and that's about as far as I can go.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. The next thing on our agenda, I believe, because we are not...
Stuart has his hand up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Stuart?
Stuart Richards, 82 Elm Street. Thanks for calling on me.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
And Rob, thanks for noticing. A follow-up question to what Manu was talking about. There's been a suggestion that there be a warrant on the in the upcoming election related to police, and I'm wondering whether there's been any discussion or whether you contemplate having a discussion about that.
I believe we're discussing warrants later in the agenda tonight.
Okay. Well, at that time, if you could address my question, I would appreciate it.
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so item 6 was the budget discussions, and we are tabling that until Friday when we're having another meeting. And then next we are on item 7, which is the consent agenda. All right, let's see. Before we go forward is, yes, Roger?
I'm sorry, Marcia. Can we also table that to Friday? Because I think I was supposed to provide some assistance to Mary in gathering some of the corrections to date, and I just didn't get to it.
Okay, that was just for draft meeting minutes, right?
Yeah.
So the draft meeting minutes at issue right now are December 28th, and that was the one that you were going to help on? And was it also January 4th?
I think it was the set.
Okay, so we can table the approval of those until the next meeting, but we do have an AP warrant and some correspondence. So before we go forward with discussing anything in those, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda as amended to be only the AP warrant and correspondence?
I'll move that.
Okay. Do we have a second? Rod has seconded. Okay. Any discussion? I was just going to sort of pull Doug Wilberding's letter about the conflict of interest policy and just state that it's my understanding that some boards make members sign a conflict of interest policy, but I can't find a requirement for that in state statute or town practice. We as a board may want to consider it at some time, but for the moment we have a conflict of interest policy, which is found on the Norwich website, and all board members are subject to it and should familiarize themselves with it. And then Omer Trayman's and Manu Tizon's letter regarding the warrant articles. I just mentioned that it's in there. We are going to be discussing warrant articles in number 8. So any other discussion, or shall we call the question to approve the consent agenda? All in favor of the consent agenda? Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, now we are at infamous item 8, the warrant articles. So how would anyone like to begin this discussion? Yes, Roger.
Well, typically we have a draft warrant to review. So in absent of having a draft warrant to review, I guess I'll turn the question to you. What are we doing with this?
Well, as always, I'm always trying to look to the board to how you want to do this. In the past, drafting the warrant articles, do we want to do it the same way? Do we want to assign it to one person? How do we want to do that? Go ahead, Aaron.
I think there are a couple things that we have to do that I don't know that is would be on a draft because we haven't been talking about them. So, I mean,
Talk about
yes, we have to have a draft, but we have to have everything on the draft, or we can wait till we have a draft and then add things, but it's pretty late now. So I just want to make sure personally that we remember that we're going to change the tax due date for the second payment. That's just so we don't lose track of that and have it fall off our agenda. And I believe, Joyce and I looked back and we have never approved the ARPA reserve fund, even though it's in our books. So we need to make sure that the town does that. I think those are the main ones that are in my memory as things that we told ourselves we were going to remember to do when the time came, and now the time has come. So that's all I have for the moment.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, Cheryl Lindbergh.
Hi, Cheryl Lindbergh. With regard to the tax collection payment warrant article that Aaron is referring to, I believe he meant to say the first payment of the taxes due, not the second payment, because I think that's what was of a concern to the finance office. However, I do think that cash flow needs to be considered during this discussion when you're ready to talk about that article. And the fact that we collect the school money, that it's important that the school board and perhaps or their representative, maybe the business manager, would be involved to discuss the cash flow needs of the school districts, both Norwich and Dresden, with regard to delaying collection of tax dollars. So I just wanted to share that thought with you all and perhaps have them be included somehow with that. So we'll know whether a tax anticipation note is going to be needed for cash flow purposes to pay payroll, starting in late August for both school districts, and the payables that they would be making payments on. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Cheryl, would that be Jamie Teague?
Yes.
Okay. Roger?
So thanks to you both. I didn't realize we wanted to discuss this before having a draft. I thought this was settled, but maybe it's not. So I'm happy to draft and then send to Brennan and whomever else would need to review that draft. But I think it's appropriate just to Brennan initially for the tax date, because I can easily find the previous advice from previous management on that. So I'm happy to do that for the board's review on that one. And then the ARPA one seems to also be, pretty clear. We just need to ask the voters to establish these funds in reserve, which we can do, and then have legal counsel review it. So I don't want to do both because of the workload, because I have some other things that we're doing for the town. But I'm happy to do the first one if someone can do the ARPA one.
I'll do the ARPA one.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Who will do the tax one?
Aaron?
I had one other thought, which I just want to throw out there, which is in our budget discussion, we ended up cutting the reserve funds for the tennis courts, but we could also bond the replacement of the tennis courts. So just because it's a year, another year before we have another round of this, I just want to throw out the idea of asking maybe it's way too late in the process, but asking the town to bond the repavement or replacement of the tennis courts.
Roger?
I think that's a smart idea, particularly because of how we can anticipate funding it and knowing that 96,000 has to be fundraised. And so, but I'll just say that I wish I knew what the school's intentions with their septic is. I still don't know if they anticipate a warrant article, and I still don't quite know the full cost of that. Neither, I think, do they. So I hesitate, but
just on the amount of money, or is there somehow a relationship between the two?
Well, there is no relationship between the two, thank you. But just in terms of like the total tax burdens, we would be asking for the taxpayers in any one given year, I guess. But so that's all.
Yes, I'm not. I'm not wild about another debt at this point. I'd rather spend the ARPA money on it. But anyway, all right. So, any other articles? I know that we've already seen two expressions of interest in something about police and a fifth officer, I believe. So does anyone want to opine on that? Yes, Mary.
I think it's my understanding of the will of this board that we're trying to build back our police department to 4. So I am not inclined to write a warrant article for 5.
I'm just wondering, does anyone, this is the elephant on the table, 4 or 5 officers. And I'm wondering if the board feels it might be an advisable thing to just have an advisory article asking folks in anticipation of next year's budget, fiscal year 25, is there interest in expanding the police to 5? Roger.
But so this is what I say to that. So if we have a very different budget year, we'll have the benefit of a different kind of presentation, a more thorough and longer discussion of that 5th. And we have just received an advisory vote the year before that says no to the 5th. We sort of have walked away from the ability as a board to work with our management team to make that budget decision. So I would say I would say that it could go in that way too, and we don't necessarily want that either. We want to be able to continue to have a conversation about the future of the police department with our police chief and management without being encumbered by a vote that possibly goes the other way. So, and also we would have, and then also the legality of that question is not it wouldn't be advisable from a legal perspective. The voters don't have the prerogative to make that decision, and an advisory vote would be confusing and potentially hurtful if we go against the advice for one way or another of the voters.
Well, I don't think an advisory article can really be illegal, but we could find that out.
I'm saying that it would have to be advisory, but if we chose to go against the advice for whatever reason, one way or another, it would be hurtful to our community. We have to also expect that people won't vote for that 5th officer, and then we might want to add it. And then what, right? Like that puts us in a difficult bind. So it could go the opposite.
Either way. It could go either way.
Right. And I don't think we would want to do that, right? We would want to have the benefit of a budgetary process, ideally one that looks different than this year, right? That's all. I didn't, I'm sure I know I did not express that as perfectly as I wanted to, and I'm sure I will hear the critiques, but nonetheless, it's the essence of how I feel.
I think you expressed it. Number 916, is that Bonnie?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I have a question, actually, a couple of questions. I had heard conversation about moving the tax due date. I am not clear if that has to do with our February installment, but that installment date was voted on by the town, and I would like to know the reasoning why you're possibly going against the town vote, and for what purpose. My second question is in regards to bonding. Does this board currently know where we even stand with bonding? What bonds are out there that the town is paying for and what the maturing date is of those bonds and where we stand in possibly retiring any of the bonds that are out there. I do know that the Winter County tax bond, I got information on that today, which I shared with the town manager and the finance office. So before you go bonding out, you might want to take a time and look to see when we will be retiring what bonds and what the life are of these bonds before retirement, before you add another bond to the tax rate.
Thank you, Bonnie. I think the tax issue came about because there was a due date that somehow messed up people's mortgages, and that was the problem, and that the town couldn't appropriately give refunds, and so this was suggested as a way of fixing that problem.
And it was the August date, not the February one.
Most of the escrow accounts, the only time that we've seen a date move is when there was a little bit of concern from the time the grand list was lodged in July to give the taxpayers the 30 days notice that they had a tax payment due. So there was a July date that was extended. It is not the town, it's up to the citizen or the person who has their taxes escrowed into their mortgage payment to produce their tax bills when they receive them so that the escrows know when the tax payments are due. And they have tax collection companies come in to see what is owed by what bank. So there are entities out there that also feed this information to these mortgage companies. So I am not 100% sure that is accurate. Most of the mortgage companies should have been notified in July of when their customers' taxes are due.
Okay, that's good information. Thank you. Charlotte Metcalf, I think you're next.
Thank you. I wasn't sure I was. Thank you, Marcia. I just had a quick question because I wanted to understand something that Roger said about an advisory vote by us that implied we did not want to have a fifth officer, or we did not want to.
Well, I think what he was saying was that if it was an article and it was voted against having 5 officers, but the board subsequently decided that they did want to have 5 officers, he thought that would be problematic.
I thought he had said something about already having had a vote that said that we really didn't want to have.
No, that's definitely not what I said, but thank you for
I'm sorry. I thought you were alluding to last year's vote, which was that we did not want to have a study of the police department. That's all.
No, I don't think so.
I'm sorry, Roger. Thank you.
Yeah. Good to check though. 847, did I miss you or was that Bonnie?
Linda.
Linda. Okay, go ahead, Linda.
Okay, am I in?
You are in.
Okay. One of the questions I was asking about the ARPA dollars. Oh, no one's been doing it all night, Bob, so I thought we weren't doing it.
I mean, we can't see somebody else. Whatever.
What's the problem?
The chair.
Name and locatable address, please, everyone.
I'm sorry, I'm missing what's going on here. Linda?
I did not give my locatable address because no one had been doing it tonight, so I'm in the wrong.
No, you know what? I don't think that that's statutory, but so carry on.
First question is, when is the public going to be made aware a full accounting of what's available for ARPA, what it can be used for, so that discussions can be had by the public to have input on what ways they may want to see it accounted for and spent on. We've got a lot of debt. We've got penalty with the reappraisal. We've got, well, the 25,000 extra there. We've got the education tax. You put these all in there. I'm just afraid of what we're going to see when all the numbers come together.
I have it temporarily. It's on my little calendar for February 8th to develop a process, but that's not set in stone yet.
And when do we have to commit to how it's going to be spent?
I can't remember if it was 26. Is that right, Aaron?
I believe it's, I don't know what month, but 2026.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm afraid all these numbers are out there. And if we keep looking at them as pieces and not a whole, I'm afraid of the debt load that the taxpayers are going to have this year with the budget and everything else, what we're looking at.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we're going to be looking at this. Thank you very much, Linda. Omar?
You're welcome.
Hi, Omar Tryman, 236 Main Street. I apologize that I had to follow up again. I'm still confused. It sounds, this is regarding the suggestion for one or two warrant articles related to police. So I think there's one request we've made, which is whether the board would consider letting the voters decide whether to allocate additional funds this year that covers the delta between what the select board is comfortable putting in the budget and what the voters may or may not choose to allocate ultimately towards the police budget. And then the second one, so I haven't heard that discussion, would love to hear it. The second one, if I understood correctly, the comment from Roger, and maybe he could clarify, was that you wouldn't want an advisory article so that the select board could decide without having to hear what the voters have to say about it. Either way, is that if the voters want 4, the select board might want 5, but the voters would want 4. And it sounds like Roger wants the select board to make the decision and not the voters, which seems a little counter to all the conversations we've been having. So I would appreciate clarity on both of those.
Okay, Roger, you want to start?
Sure, I so appreciate clarity. It's nice to be asked what I mean before someone assumes what I mean and then publicly posts about it. So this is new and I welcome it. So sure. So I said, because there is no obligation under law, right, for petition items of business must be in the authority of voters to decide at town meeting. I think this is a question that's not in the authority of voters to decide at town meeting. Thus, it would have to be considered advisory. And I would say that this board could stand to benefit from not necessarily having the advisory, not having the advice of voters, but rather going through a deliberative process through the budget process, of which the public clearly engage in every year, as a way to decide the future of an additional 5th officer. So I am suggesting that the budgetary process that the board leads is with the police chief and management is a better process than the advice of the voters. And I would further also say that if the vote went the inverse of what this group at this meeting expects to happen, if they turn down the 5th officer, we potentially would feel compelled to follow that advice when there may be different circumstances following the next year. I think, as Mary said, the focus of this board has always been to find meaningful ways to get to the usual staffing that we have supported, which is 4. So do board members want to maybe hear what I said differently, or maybe actually offer their own opinions? But I did the best I could to articulate where we're at.
Well, it seems to me that, go ahead, Aaron, go ahead.
Well, I think what I hear and agree with is that it is the responsibility of the select board to fund the positions in the town and make decisions about those positions. And that is the voters determine who is on the select board. So have at it, but determine who's on the select board and then let them do their work of determining how many positions in the police department are appropriate for the town and appropriate for the budget at any given time. And that's how I see it. And I think that's a fine way forward. If there's an upswelling of people who want a fifth position and they put together an advisory article and get the signatures, of course, then it's on the ballot. So that's done deal. That's the way it works.
Well, I'm suggesting it's not. What I'm suggesting further, and why they're asking, I assume is that we would have no reason to do so because it's not in the authority of the voters to decide on that question. So it would inherently be advisory. And what I'm suggesting is that I think that advisory votes, like as we've seen actually with policing in this region, are difficult, and we should allow. We've been consistent in saying that we want to rebuild to 4, and I think the additional 5th should be a conversation for a subsequent year, right? And I assume that there'll be robust participation around that question. I don't think that we should, if it goes the other way of saying no, 4 is appropriate, and we see an emergent need the subsequent year after we've rebuilt our staff of 4, then are we just going to say, well, the voters decided on this, we're not going to be responsive to, this new need? I don't know. That's how I feel. I'm sure people will have different ears for what I said, but I don't know.
So there's 2 questions that are being raised. One is putting an article on that says, should there be 5 officers or 4? And the second one is, does the town want to pay for 5 officers versus 4? And when I look at the Secretary of State's website about petitioning your local government, binding articles say all articles involving issues that Vermont law states the voters or electorate are capable of deciding and binding the town must be placed on the warning by the select board. And then they give examples, which include establishing special reserve funds. So I'm wondering, and I don't know the answer, but it might be that a binding article would be, do you want to spend more money for X? Because Vermont law says the voters have to vote for the budget, and that would be part of the budget. So it might be that that's appropriate. It might be that it's a question to ask the Secretary of State's office. And, if people wanted to petition that, it says 10% of the legal voters, not the usual 5% for a petition. I think for this year, the board has decided that they can only afford 4 officers. Now, if people think that they want to pay for 5 officers, then maybe that's the way to do it. I don't know, but that's not for me to answer. It's the Secretary of State's office. Roger?
And I mean, you can also get advice from counsel on whether or not that would be binding or monetary, but this question has come up in several instances in the news, right? And there was one VT Digger article that provided all this memo on legal information, right? So 17 VSA 264282, right? 16 VSA 1167. I think that one pertains more towards school boards in that question. But the point, I'm pretty sure that it would be advisory. And so if it's advice, and I've already outlined my advice on my opinion on what and how that advice from the voters would be problematic.
Well, I think don't conflate the 2. One would be the 5th officer versus money for the 5th officer. The problem is, if we voted for the money, if that went on the article on the warrant and people voted for that money, and we hadn't authorized a 5th officer, are we then bound to authorize the 5th officer?
I'm sure we'll get the petition, and I'm sure we'll get some legal advice. But ultimately, if it's to the extent that it's board controlled, I don't have a desire for it to be a warrant article for the reasons I gave.
Okay, Mary.
Another thing to check. I thought we had discretion whether or not to include warrant articles that were approved by the public. I believe we have the discretion of whether or not to put them on the warrant, but you might want to check that to make sure that's actually true.
And that's what I'm looking at with this binding one.
Well, I think binding or non-binding, I think we still kind of have the final approval of what goes on that warrant, even if a petition has been,
Yeah, this says must be placed on the warning by the select board if it's a binding article. So I think we'd have to get advice.
Well, okay. We have to see whether it is binding before we know what advice to ask, though.
Right. Well, have to see a petition. If the board isn't going to put any warrant on, any warrant article on, and then we wait for a petition and then we go from there.
Right.
Okay. Priscilla Vincent, you're next.
Thank you. This has been rather, you can hear me? Yes, Priscilla Vincent, 267 Main Street, the latest break-in in town, as everybody knows. This has been a very dizzying discussion to me, and I regret to say that the meetings that I've been tuning into, I get the distinct impression that the board is really reluctant to support our new police chief, which is difficult for me because you hire someone because you think he's good. The town wants a police force of some kind, some size, and then I feel he's not being listened to, and I'm not sure that the select board is listening to what people want either. Now, obviously, I have a well-known point of view at this point, and there has been discussion about getting a petition and asking people, do you want a fifth officer? And are you willing to pay whatever it would take to properly pay a full police force as requested by the chief? It's my understanding that if we did a petition and we could get all those signatures and we put it out there, you might have to accept it as a petition, and we would understand that you would still be at liberty not to do anything about it and not to spend the money or to have the money, but to spend it some other way. But I'm a little discouraged that there doesn't seem to be a big appetite to really hear from what the town might think, whatever the town might think. I mean, I think it would be good to ask the town, and the town is not being asked at this point, and things have changed since the last time we had elections. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Priscilla. Seeing who's next. Leslie Wells.
Hi, thanks. 207 Willie Hill. I mean, yes, indeed, the town isn't being asked. And I would add that there, as everyone here knows, there are a lot of people who have been commenting on this topic, for more than half a year, possibly, months more than that. And there clearly are a lot of people in town who support the chief, who support his request for 5 officers. And we've been vocal about it. Coming to meetings, writing things for the packet, the board packet, writing on the listserv, and a whole organization has been formed. And I continue to scratch my head why the majority of the board, why not all 5 of the board, the entire board, is unwilling to listen and be moved by. I'm under the impression that it's not common that 50 people come to board meetings. Clearly, there's a public outcry. Clearly, there is crime. And there is a police chief who is the only expert amongst us who wants 5 cops. We can't afford it. And I just scratch my head. And the only answer I've been able to come up with is that you all have the power and the majority of you use it the way you want to because that's how you feel or that's what you want. There's clearly an outcry for you all to listen. There's clearly a lot of people telling you repeatedly over time, verbally and in writing, that they want a fully funded, full police department and to please listen to the police chief. And please stop being an immovable force. Please open your ears, please open your hearts and respond to the people who are taking their free time to try to have you be touched by what we're saying. There is crime.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
Demo?
Yes, thank you. Demos Sophonis, 82 Glen Ridge Road. I have to read a letter just to get it on the record because I sent it to the select board. It didn't make the cut. I also sent it to each individual select board member, so you probably have seen it. But for the benefit of those that have not, I'd like to read it. It also went to the police chief and to the interim town manager and Miranda. So before I read it, I want to read something that comes right from the American Recovery Act link that I'm supplying in my letter. One of the last paragraphs says, as you think about, oh, by the way, Aaron, you're correct. It is December 31st of 26. Okay? 2026 that you have to spend the money. But the very last paragraph says, this is from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns. As you think about all the ways to spend your ARPA money, ask yourselves this. What will you leave behind that is valuable and durable and which will fill your future residents and leaders with civic pride for what you did and how you did it? This is your moment and this will be your legacy. Okay, now I would like you to read my letter, which I would like to go on the record. Letter to the Norwich Selectboard, and I wrote this last on the 4th. I'm sorry, Friday, January 6th. So I wrote it a day late. Dear Select Board, it is my sincere hope that the Norwich Select Board took the opportunity to listen to all of the comments, letters, and posts that have been presented over the past few months by the concerned citizens of Norwich. Recently, there have been several incidents that might make you want to rethink the strategic decisions that you are about to make. Those who have voiced their concerns are not troublemakers, nor are they trying to make Norwich a toxic community. They simply want the basic services restored and to get what they pay for with their tax dollars. A lot of money has been saved these last few months because of vacant positions. And like the speaker just before me, I believe it's Leslie Wells says, this has been a lot of activity for the past several months by a lot of concerned citizens. So a lot of money has been saved these last few months because of vacant positions. I ask you to please consider taking some of the funds that are sitting in designated and undesignated reserve funds and use them wisely to allow the police chief the opportunity to give the Norwich residents 24/7, not 27, 24/7 coverage, which is what they had prior to the 2009 police services study. We lost an officer, but then we gave him back part-time officers, several, to make up the difference. And it ran that way for 9 years at least, okay, with no problems. So 24/7, give the chief a chance to get the department up and running the way it should be. Pay the fair market value salary to someone who is interested in working here, so that we get what we paid for. We don't have to revisit yet another vacant position because someone left, or a revolving door, if you will. It is my understanding that Norwich is going to receive up to $750,000 in funds from the American Recovery Act. And here is where I provided the link to the VLCT website, okay? One of those listed is offering premium pay to essential workers. Once those funds are received, some of those can then be used to replenish the accounts that you borrowed from. Hire the best and not settle for someone who may leave once fully trained. This is not limited to the police department and should be applied to all departments. However, we're talking about police right now. In conclusion, you, the select board, are the ones who have weathered the storm over and over for the last few months. But as a unanimous group, for once, I've been saying this time and time again, for once, as a unanimous group, you can make the right decisions that will turn this ship around, give Norwich the calm that we all have had for many, many years once again. Thanks for letting me express my views. And in the American Recovery Act, it lists all the reasons that you can spend the money. And I'll just read a couple of them. Supporting public health response, addressing negative economic impacts, offering premium pay to essential workers, replacing public sector revenue losses, supporting water and sewer infrastructure, and supporting broadband infrastructure. And it also says, you have the ability to be creative here. Tell your community members the range in which the money can be spent, and then give them a voice to be a part of the decision-making process. If public engagement is scary, you even have the right to get a facilitator, and those funds will pay for that. And if you have to get a facilitator, then my gosh, we really have problems, because you have been doing the work, but you have to listen to what the community wants. I think enough people have spoken up to say, this is what we want. I sent that out and I received many, many, many positive emails. And also on the listserv where I put it, I received some positive. I've yet to receive one negative email from anyone who has read it. I'm sure I will tomorrow. But anyway, I wanted to make that point. Please, this is your moment to shine, and you can do it unanimously as a board. Leave a legacy for Norwich. Thank you.
Thank you, Demo. It's 10:16 and we don't have much left to do, but let's try and keep comments as pointed as we can. Stuart Richards.
Stuart Richards, still at 82 Elm Street. And thank you for calling on me and giving me another opportunity. I'd like to underscore and support what Demo has just said. I'd like to support what Leslie Wells has said. I'd like to support what other people have said with respect to the importance of having a five-person police force. And it's not clear to me that this select board has authorized or is willing to actually pay, whether the force is 4 patrol officers or 5. It's not clear to me whether this select board is willing to pay market wages to whatever the size of the police force is. And I want to encourage you to open your ears, to listen, to really try and understand why there's been so much support for the 5-person police force and why they need market wages. You're not understanding, or you're not willing to listen, or you're not, whatever it is, whatever the reason is, we're not getting from point A to point B. But in the end, whether you decide to do a warrant or you decide not to do a warrant, there will be a vote on the budget. And if the vote on the budget shows that the public really wants to have a police force, you'll be back at square one. So I want to encourage you to really open your ears and be willing to understand why there is a need for 5 police officers at market wages. Thanks so much, and good luck.
Do the right thing.
Do the right thing.
Thank you. Manu.
Hi, Manu Tesone, 428 Hawk Pine. With regards to the article, I just want to confirm what, Madam Chair, if I'm understanding the statements that some of the members made. Looking back at the recording of this meeting, Roger said, and I quote, "The board would benefit from not having the advice of voters." And also, I quote, "The board may be compelled to follow the advice of voters." I just want to confirm, Madam Chair, it sounds like the board and the member I just mentioned don't want to ask the question, and the next point that was made, and I quote, "The voters having a say," whether it's positive or negative. They may just vote it down, the 5th officer. But let's just say they say, yes, we want a 5th officer. That, and I quote, "that would put the SB in a bind because it would be hurtful to our community if the SB doesn't follow what the community wants." These are quotes. It's recorded on this call. So basically, I just want to confirm, before the notes go out for Stand Up for from Stand Up for Norwich tomorrow, summarizing this, does Roger stand by these statements that are on the record, that he does not want to ask the question from voters, that if the voters say yes to a 5th officer, he does not want to follow what they say? And Aaron as well said it's the responsibility of the select board to fund the positions, not the voters, and the voters should determine who's on the select board. Quote, "have at it." So I just want to say, why is this board against asking the residents of the town whether they want something or not? What are you afraid of?
So, Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead, Roger.
so I said that, but in the context of whether if they had voted down the 5th, right? So I support a process, a budgetary process where we hear from our manager and our department heads. And I'm saying that we should not have that advice because we want to leave open the possibility of a 5th officer for future budget discussions. So I was saying that if it gets voted down and we have this somehow this advice of only 4, then if we won't have the benefit of reviewing the question in a subsequent budget year. So yes, I said those things, but the context was, if we were to have it voted down. So all my comments were about whether the efficacy of a vote, the efficacy on a townwide vote on this question. That is the full context of my comments. And so obviously it's your prerogative if you want to publish without that context. I don't know. What have I done wrong, board members? This is also this is a discussion with us. Like, these meetings are for us to conduct the affairs of the town. And, they haven't gone that way in recent meetings. And so I don't really know what to say when my comments are under, the microscope of, under the microscope.
Well, I think what we're doing here is talking about the articles that we might put on the warrant and how we were going to do that. For example, who's going to draft them. And one of the things that has been brought up repeatedly is the police officer, and therefore the discussion about, I don't know what that was, therefore the discussion about whether the board would put it on or not. The consensus of the board seems to be not to do it. And I referred to the Secretary of State's website. People can certainly do that themselves. So, and then whether or not the board would have to put it on the warrant, that's, up for us to learn. I think, I'm always concerned about who is the board. We're 5 members and we all have a different opinion, and we sometimes take a vote, and then that's the vote of the board. And whether or not it's 5-0 or 4-1 or 3-2, whatever it is, there's a majority and that wins the day. So I think, I understand, Mano, you might have a follow-up, but I hope that can that please be sufficient, or do you have something that's...
If you don't mind, I just want to say one more thing.
Okay.
Let's put the question to bed, please. Let's put the question to the town voters and trust your residents, your fellow neighbors, with what they want. If it gets voted down, I will be the first one to say, okay, that's not what the town wants, and I will accept the outcome of it, and you will never hear from me again about this question. But trust, it's democracy. Ask the question, what are you afraid of? Please. And if you may hear no, and I'm sure the majority of this board will be very relieved to hear that, but you may hear yes. And then it's up to you to decide what you do and whether you're going to be obstructionists or you're actually going to follow what your neighbors are begging you to do for months. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think if you want to, it seems that the board has made its sort of decision clear, I guess. There hasn't been a vote, but there seems to be a tenor. So the people can put a petition together. And so the deadline hasn't passed, put the petition together. And then, looking at that website, it may be something that we have to put on the warrant article, on the warrant. So there is still some power potentially. So let's, it's up to you. Charlotte.
Thank you, Charlotte Metcalf, 652 Petrel Road. I couldn't possibly add to or improve on what Demo has said. Thank you so much, Demo, for reading your letter, which we all appreciated in the listserv. But going back earlier to a statement that Roger made, I think it should be on the record that it is incorrect that we've only had 4 officers in the past. We had, and Chief Robinson was very explicit about how he could not cover 27 with only 4 officers. He needed 5. And he had 4 officers and 2 half part-time officers, which made it 5 officers for much of the time. And he told me explicitly that when he didn't have the benefit of that, he worked as 2 people and was working 80 hours a week. And I don't think that's the kind of thing that we want to ask ever again of any of our police, as we did of Anna Ingram and Jennifer Frank and others before. Thank you. Marcia, I don't hear you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. Last comment for this, Nan Carroll.
Thank you. I hope we will not get into a habit of having advisory votes on virtually any subject. We vote for select board members. We are going to have hopefully a town manager within the next 6 months. They're going to be potentially different select board members at the next election. And I think that we can give advice during this process, but I think that having advisory things, I happen to agree that it will get very complicated to say in March of 2023 what we think needs to happen in March of 2024 when we do not know what the school board budget is. I appreciate that people are trying to be fiscally responsible, and you could end up in a situation where potentially a majority votes for a 5th police officer and then votes the town budget down. And then what do you do? I just think, get advice. Don't assume because 50 people are on a call that all 50 have a monolithic opinion. it's not often easy to have a contrary opinion in this town and on the listserv. And I trust you 5 well-meaning, well-intended select board members to do your jobs, and the voters will vote the budget up or down. Thank you.
Thank you, Nan. All right, I think we have exhausted the warrant articles. And so at this stage, Roger's going to be putting one together. I'll put one together. I'll work with Brennan for the rest. Any other advice about getting this together? And shall we look at it as a document next week? Board members?
Yes, let's look at it as a document next week if it's ready.
Okay. Roger?
So in the past, the town manager's office has provided a review of the draft warrant for our benefit, and they've also, depending on what the warrant is, put it by council. Is that still appropriate? I know obviously the warrant and the meeting has to be warned by the clerk's office, but is it appropriate for us to have the town manager's office put that warrant together for our review? Is that, I guess that's what my expectation is. I hope that.
Yeah. I'm just thinking that Brennan may never have put a warrant together. Miranda has, but yes. And then this is a collaborative thing. We have an interim town manager, and so we're trying very hard to make sure that whatever he needs, we can assist with. And he's been very good about asking, and Miranda has been miraculous. So yes, that's what I was anticipating. And, if they have it ready for next week, we will look at it. In the meantime, Roger and I will get what we promised to them, and then we'll go from there. Is that okay? General consensus. Okay. For future agenda items, we have January 13th now, and it looks like we're going to have a 5:30 meeting. We'll be discussing the budget solely, and hopefully it will be the final time. And then January 18th, we'll have a special meeting, and that will be the town clerk is going to speak to us. I think we probably also have to talk about the town moderator because we don't have one. The town manager search plan, maybe a little bit of work on the emergency work plan for Tracy Hall. I'm sure other things will come up during the week. So if anyone has any other ideas, speak now, and I will, as usual, send out some sort of a special agenda. Roger.
So just on that last point, whatever the point of whatever comes up, I actually think we should maybe avoid that if possible.
Move it to the next meeting.
Well, just this idea of whatever comes up sort of gets on the agenda for review. I think maybe we should just try to avoid that for the next while, if that's possible. I guess that's more of a general request. So for example, to the extent possible, there's some things have come up on our agendas that I have never in a million years would have expected nor thought was timely.
Right. Well, sometimes if there's bandwidth, I think it's good to get stuff knocked off. And other times things come through the door. Like before we had Brendan here, suddenly there were grant things that had to be signed and contracts. And those are the kinds of things that seem to appear, spontaneously, and we don't have much notice of them. So those are the kinds of things that I was anticipating. There's certainly a lot of things I could imagine to put on there, but I don't intend to do that. Aaron.
For example, the Prudential Committee / land, whatever they are, Mount Council, probably we have to talk about that on the 18th. At this point, we've begun that process. So
yeah, I think we do. I actually told them to come back on the 18th, so that's on there.
But I think that's an example of maybe something that we have to pick that up because we tabled it, but that's probably something that we maybe should have never started, I guess, is my point.
It's hard to say no when somebody says, we've got this is the history, we just want our money. And so I think having that discussion was important. Aaron?
Yeah, that discussion needed to happen, but we needed more ducks in a row a little. We could have had our ducks a little more in a row before we started it, because, it was the very last minute that we even knew that there was money and that there actually was a reserve fund. And there's all sorts of research that we didn't do before we launched into it. And so I agree with Roger that sometimes we could take a little more time before we get to the discussion, and the discussion could be a lot more efficient, a lot more informed.
Well, what I had done was ask them for all of the ducks from their side of it, and I never, ever anticipated that there would be a question that we had not appointed people that they said we had appointed. So I didn't think about going back and looking at the minutes of our board meetings to see that all of those things were done. I rather inappropriately assumed that we had done things correctly. So I've learned my lesson, and I'll do the homework. So that will be next time. So if there is nothing more, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second? Thank you. All in favor? Motion passes. We adjourn at 10:35 p.m. We'll see you all on Friday at 5:30. Good evening.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
The recording has stopped.